on the mic. Is the mic on now? Yeah, this looks like it's on. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Oh fuck. Testing 1 2 3. Give me a second. I just need to check. Okay. Now wait. I got it. Yeah, welcome back. I took a break yesterday because I was meeting some friends and it just didn't work out scheduling wise. And I also tried to fix my sleeping schedule. However, it did not work, so I'm still a fucked up sleeping schedule. I was thinking like probably gonna do some easy some easy problems, and then I will jump to the today's what's it called, daily problem. I didn't do yesterday, like I said. I didn't do anything yesterday. So yeah, just don't do some easy ones that I have not completed. I remember there were really like, what was it called again? I was trying one of the give me a sec. I remember like I had, or at least I found a study plan that was really easy. My study plans. No. Where was it again? Progress, probably? Not progress. Oh, this is cool. I need to do more hard ones. Did I done more than... Okay, I think I should have done more than those, but yeah. Is it a notebook then? Or my list? I should learn to navigate through... Maybe I didn't save it. I probably didn't save it. Maybe I should just do some Leetcode, to be fair. Just do some sliding windows. That's time to buy... Yeah, okay. I remember doing something similar to this. However, I don't remember that well how a sliding window was supposed to work. Wouldn't just a 2-pointer be better? Wouldn't a 2-pointer just be better? Having a 2-pointer would be better. Right equals to in range of prices if prices of R how was actually, like, I don't remember how a sliding window should work. Give me a second. How is the... How is the sliding window again? Oh my god, I might just look at the solution, just like remembering what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Okay, I was on the right track, you could say. Yeah, I was on the right track. But yeah, it was. So it was while, yeah, while what? I feel bad for like, while R is less, yeah, less than len of prices, and if R big higher and equal, or just higher, a bit higher than the prices of L, then max should be max between max and prices of R minus prices of L. And R plus equals 1. If not, this is like an else, and then it's L plus equals 1. Out of curiosity, like what does this return? Just out of curiosity. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot. There. Just out of curiosity. Can I do this? Or is it like I had to do it like this? Which is slightly dumb. Oh, it's not in. Because for this, how did I get that? It's L minus R. No? No, it's L minus R. Regardless. What's the issue? Why did this? Is it not if? Yeah. Okay, well, R is less than len of prices. Yeah, I have that. If prices, this shouldn't be an issue. I just have it in reverse. And this is what I have. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I'm just stupid. And then, in general, R is always moving to. Then it should be correct. Oh, it was prices of R to. Yeah, why did I assume that was incorrect? Okay, so even after. Oh, whoa. Expected 3. Yeah, it should have gone to 3, I agree. However, I don't see the issue right this instance. R while R is less than. Like, this shouldn't matter. Like, regardless if I have it like this. Right, like this shouldn't matter. Give me a second, can I use test case? Like, why is this an issue? Yeah, this is exactly the same. Oh, I don't need to. Oh yeah, because I'm about outside. Never mind. Yeah, this was just me being stupid. Pardon me. However, that wasn't sliding window. longest substring. How about I just focus on these first? And this was of fixed size. Given an integer nums and an integer k, return true if there are two distinct indices such that an absolute is less than, yeah, because of these, and the absolute value of I is less than k. Zero, 1, 2. Okay, so k signifies the size of the can I just hypothetically, can I have, like, for instance, the window equals to nums of 0 to 3, and then for e in range of range of 3 to len of nums. Like, would this work? Now I'm thinking of for this case specifically, just out of curiosity. Oh, I just realized something. I don't have my I use this just like you get notifications in case someone is listening. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's fine. And given an integer, if there are two distinct indices, I and j, such that they're equal to each other and the absolute value is less or equal to k. There's probably like the template you should do this on. However, I don't know the template, so I'm just trying to figure it out. Should it be a queue? First in, first out. It should be a queue, shouldn't it? Should Windows be a queue? I think that's weird. Like, would this work? Okay, print window. I think like it's a lot of learning from just like I know the concept of sliding window. I don't know the template or how you're supposed to do it in Python, but I want to like figure it out. I think that's a lot of value in that. So 3 should be k plus 1. K plus 1. Then it should return the same regardless. For instance, in this case, you're just checking 2 elements. Oh yeah, you're checking the whole thing. Yeah. That's what, okay. Because this has, yeah, you check all 4. For this one, you just check 2. So you go to do. Yeah. And for this one, you check 3. So this, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah. I'm not certain like if you're supposed to is it like another way of... I don't think you're supposed to use a DQ, to be fair. Because what I was thinking of is, can I do a set of a DQ? Out of curiosity, I don't think so. Oh, you can. Yeah, you can apparently. I wasn't aware of that. So that's probably the easiest way, I would reckon. I don't like this template. The way I've done it. The way I've done it, like, it works. I just need to do an extra operation outside of the for loop, I believe. So if let me see. If set of window not equal to window, yeah, it should return true. Else it's like this. And then the same thing again. That's why I don't like it. No, firstly we have to remove the first element, so window pop left and window add. Is set add or append? I always mix up. We will figure out. Oh, to be fair, like, it looks like it's add if, and if nothing else happens, it's false. Shouldn't this be false? This will take 3 elements. This. Just in case this is the reason it didn't work. It prints out this. Why does it do that? Oh, never mind. Len of sets was what I was thinking. Is less than len of window. And this is what I wanted to do. This is like a bad code, I realized it. But like I said, I don't know the template well enough. It's append. So sets append. What's add for? Is it for stack? Yeah. I also removed this. It's slightly suboptimally. I think the runtime, like the big O, is still the same. But yeah, it's definitely slower. So I want to see how this looks really promising. There's a hash set. Okay, they do it just straightforward, but I kind of want to see. Oops. Like, I imagine this is more the way using hash map is the most effective. I just want to see how they do it with kind of like sort. can I actually just slide? I want to see one with sliding window. But yeah, hash maps are generally just more efficient. Like, how did they do it? They took num, okay, n, k, yeah, in case of k being larger than the whole length of nums and present. They have a dictionary for, is this okay. I think to be fair, it works. It's similar to what I did. Because this is, yeah, I didn't like that. Could I just check this out? Okay. Because I agree this is a much more efficient way of doing it. I just kind of want to learn how the sliding window works. You could also argue that they use a set. Yeah. How does this differ? It's almost like amazing how I've been away from coding for 1 day and I already feel more rusty than I started. And I didn't start that well. Let's remove, apparently. Remove them. Okay, I will go and do another one, just like okay, let me see. How did Nico do it?
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more Leetcode today. So today let's solve the problem contains duplicate 2. We're given an integer array of nums and an integer k. We want to return true if there are two distinct indices, I and j, such that the two values, important thing to recognize, k. So take different indices, and the question is the size of the window less than or equal to k? Well, not exactly, actually. That's another edge case that you have to keep track of. When we have I and j pointing at the same value here, what's the size of this window? Well, it's 1. There's just a single element. But what's the absolute value of the difference between those two indices? 0 minus 0, that's going to equal 0. So this equation is off by 1. Now, what about this window from 0 all the way to 3? It's, of course, of size 4. Does it satisfy the absolute value? Well, we take 3 minus 0. That gives us 3. Or we could have done the opposite and gotten the absolute value of 0 minus 3. It would have equaled 3 in the end anyway. Is this value less than or equal to k? Yes, it is. So this is a valid window. So basically the problem is asking us, can we find a valid window of size k plus 1 such that there are duplicate values in that window? Well, what's the easiest way to solve this problem? Well, let's assume our k value in this case, instead of being 3, it was actually 1. In that case, we would want windows of size 2. What would be the brute force way to solve this problem? Well, just check every single window. Check this window, are there any duplicates? Check this window, are there any duplicates? And keep doing that for every window. What's the easiest way to identify duplicates? Usually a hash set or a hashed map is pretty easy because we can insert and look up values in constant time. There's one slight improvement here that we can make though. Instead of brute force checking every value value in this window and then restarting over here and checking every value in this window and then restarting over here, checking every value here, we can use the sliding window technique, which if you're familiar with it, it's pretty obvious that it can be applied to this problem because this whole problem is about windows. So we would start our window like this. We have 1 and 2. And then when we shift our window over here, we keep this value in the window, but we would remove this from our window and add this value to our window and check are there any duplicates here now. And we would keep doing that until we got
That's
to the
what
end
I
of the array
tried
that
to do,
we did find duplicate
at
values,
least.
in which case all we have to do is return true. We don't have to return the actual indices of those duplicates. So doing it this way, the time complexity will be O of n because we're using a sliding window. We're never going to add the same element to the hash set more than once.
Yeah.
And the memory complexity for the hash set is going to be also O of n. Well, actually, it's more accurate to say O of k in this case, where k, I guess the max value it could be is n, but O of k is probably more accurate here. So now let's code it up. So the first thing I'm going to do is initialize our window hash set. This is going to keep track of all the values in our window. We're going to have 2 pointers to define our window. We're going to have the left pointer, which is going to start at the beginning, and we're also going to have a right pointer, but we don't need to initialize that because we can just use it in our looping here. We're going to go through every position in the input array nums. For every value at index r, we're going to check, has it already been added to our window? If it has, then that must mean we found a duplicate, in which case we can just go ahead and return true. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and add that value to our window, nums of r. But remember the case, as we shift, we don't want our window to be greater than the, I think it was k plus 1. So before we even do this, it's important that we make sure to do this before.
Okay, so
We check
sets
if our window is
are
too
add
large, we can
and
check by saying right
queues
minus
are
left is
append.
greater than k, then we know the window is too big. Because remember, we know it's allowed to be less than or equal to k, but if it's greater than k, then that's a problem. We have an invalid window. In which case, the easy thing to do is just to remove the leftmost value and also increment our left pointer. And that's pretty much about it. If we never end up returning true, then out here we should probably return false. And let's run the code to make sure that it works. And as you can see, yes, it does, and it's pretty efficient. If this was helpful, please like and subscribe. If you're preparing for coding interviews, check out Leetcode.io. It has a ton of free resources to help you prepare. Thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you pretty soon. Then are equal to k, but if it's greater than k, then that's a problem. We have an invalid. Pretty much about it. If
Okay, now I just need to ensure wouldn't it remove the wrong, like it depends on how it updates. Like I agree that that's how you're supposed, however if your window is full of, like you have the indices 0 to 2, because like does it update automatically? I'm certain. Let's just do number of sub arrays of size k and average greater than or equal to threshold. Okay, this is straight up. Okay, the way they did it was using a set. I don't know, 4, 5, and 6 respectively. All other subarrays of size 3 less than 4. But apparently, yeah, you shouldn't do it the way I was thinking of doing it. So L equals to 0 for R in the range of len of R. While right minus L is less or equal to K. No, it should be when it's more than K, we should remove. Yeah, we need we don't need a set for this, to be fair. Just like ensure what did I use again? He used a set, yeah. The set doesn't help. I don't want the sets. I prefer it wouldn't matter if I did. Oh no. Window append R of R. Like, is it delete or remove R of no, but that doesn't. Yeah, it should remove the first element. Give me a second. Why? This is not difficult. I'm just struggling with the syntax, I realize. Move. The issue with this is if there are duplicates, it will remove all of them, wouldn't it? Like, how do they? Yeah, I don't like that. I was thinking of deleting, but I don't know if this is. What's the runtime on each of these? Maybe if I have it as a queue, it would be fine. And then it pop left, window pop left. I might have done this like in the weird order. If this isn't it this? I'm not in Belarus. Okay. Apparently I'm in Belarus. You return a float. I want this as an integer, don't I? Like, what's the runtime on this? That's the biggest question. Where is my question? Oh, it's here. I could also just do it manually. But I would assume it should be quicker. Of window. Is it this way they did it? This is in the list though. I did it twice. No mind. Is higher than threshold. Higher, greater than or equal count just plus equals 1. I feel like I've done something weird, like I don't know if this works on a window. Yeah, but it shouldn't be empty. Window append R of R, yeah. If R 0 minus 0 is greater than K, which is not. Oh, and L plus equals to 1. Statistics. And len of window is equals to 3. It's a weird way of doing it. I still think like equal to threshold. Like I know that I've done something weird on this one. I know for a fact. So prefix sum, I don't want to do it with prefix sum. I want to do it with a sliding window. Okay, how have a list, cool. Oh, this motherfucker that did the way I did it on my previous, I just assumed that would be wrong. But apparently I can do that. Motherfucker is exactly what I did previously, so I can do it apparently. Right, okay. So, yeah, okay, that's actually smart. That's actually smart. Of the loop. Yeah, because it doesn't do the... I don't like this solution either. Yeah, I don't like this either. Back to this one. It's just like I don't like the fact that you have to do this extra step. I would like to incorporate this into, because like it's just the same thing. How's this? So instead we don't even need a queue because they use some of our and then I don't need to keep it like I don't even need to keep it and it starts at K, which is what I did previously. So okay, give me a second, I don't need all of this. So if sum divided by k is higher or equal to threshold, count plus equals 1. And then, because here is the issue, I know I can probably optimize it on. They do it after. I might just do it with plus equals to r of I minus r of I minus k. Yeah, and they do it once more. I just don't like it. I might, you know what, can I? Okay, for I bigger than equals to k, if I is larger than k. Oh, yeah, that's a way to do it. I don't like it necessarily, because you need to do the if check every time. Oh, because I don't think that's optimal either. Calculate initialize the result for. Yeah, okay, you're just moving the problem to the beginning though. Don't you? You just. Okay, I see it. You actually remove all if sentences. So the way they did it, essentially, it's just reversing the order of things and adding it at the beginning. Which, to be fair, I like more. Int is sum divided by k. Now how did I do it? So, higher. Wouldn't this return a boolean? It doesn't return a boolean. I'm actually curious, like, what happens here. For this is, yeah, this was meant to be 0. And the first one also meant to be, yeah, this is significantly higher. Okay, let's submit it. I want to see like what happens with this. So this works, apparently. I need to do my own test case. Want to add one test case. It has to be higher than 4. Oh, so let's say 5, 5. Because previously you return 1. In this case you're So from what I gather, because it's a boolean with true and false, if it's true it becomes 1, and if it's false it becomes 0. Yeah, apparently. Okay, it works. I want to do another one. I want to do some more sliding windows. I want to add the show tags. Because will it say when it's fixed or not? Okay, it won't say if it's fixed or not. To be fair, I might actually just do... If I go back to reality... Oh, I'll go gravity, oops, no. If I just do like all the easy ones, I might actually want to do that for fun. And I felt I did some... I did that one. So I can just like master 2 pointers. For instance, like I'm not able to do the trapping rainwater. It's probably more difficult. Okay, but yeah, let's say like I have done it. Why have I contains algorithm? Oh, it's an advanced, never mind. I was like wondering why we would use this one. And that's 0? Whoa. Minimum size subarray sum. Okay. Given an array of positive integers nums and positive integers integer targets, return the minimum length of a subarray whose sum is greater than or equal to target. If there are no such, a subarray returns 0 instead. Okay, I have, I think I see a way. Yeah, I could do that with... So we have this... I just want to like see what I'm... Binary search. I could do a binary search actually. I might do it in both ways just to prove that I understood it. Figured out the ON. Yeah, I might actually do that. Yeah. So we call this the window. And min size is 0, so it will return 0 if there are none So for e in range of len of nums. Why is that? This looks so derpy. Why? Do I have this weird? There's something weird here. Okay, is this correct now? Yeah. Yeah, back to window append nums of I. If sum of window, then I don't want to check the sum each time. I don't want to do that. I don't want to check it each separate time. So sum plus equals to nums of I. If sum is higher than target, is greater than or equal to target, I mean. Wow, probably. We probably need the left counter. So then sum is minus equals to nums of L, and L plus equals to 1. Firstly, we also have to find if it's I was told by Solaris that you could just write inf, I think. You don't need to like the float within, like you can also do it like float inf. But I will try with just inf normally. Where were I? Yeah, okay. So min equals to minimum of min and len of. Oh, I also need this can be the right one. Min is R minus L plus 1, shouldn't it be that? Or is it just R minus L? We'll see. How is this outside of? Yeah, how is this outside? Oh, let me see. The issue would be yeah. Why is this outside? Yeah, okay, yeah, why did I do that? It will obviously not be anything inside of here. So minimum was inf, and this was 0. Yeah, it was +1. And equals to inf. Return 0. Else return and now I want to do it with a binary search. This is the sliding window. I'm curious because no, I don't do binary search, which to be fair is using more time, so I don't know why I would do that. So I prefer to like create a check that checks the minimum length. Oh, so essentially it's a binary search on a fixed sliding window. Well, this is a, what you call it? Variable sized? Like a variable size. Sliding with variable sized. On a fixed. Yeah, that's just slower. That's just. Let me see, like what. Yeah, like I see how I should use a binary search on it, but they use this, but I didn't need to. What's the difference? It has to be a. Oh, if you.
Solaris 428. Hello.
Hey, what's up? It's good that you're here. I was just like using the. I just wanted to know the difference between float inf, and I realized there. Okay, the only difference is simply if you import math.
Solaris 428. I just did the @coder contest from this morning, but the result was not great. Solaris 428. They are the same picture.
I can imagine. Like I didn't stream yesterday, and I noticed I'm already slightly rusty, which is like saying a lot. Consider I didn't I wasn't that great from before. But yeah, I have a question for you on this Solaris. It's actually great that you came. I'm practicing some sliding windows, and I made a working sliding window of variable size to find the minimum subarray, which subarray will have a sum that's equal or greater to target. And one of these, for the first, is to find the ON, which the sliding window will be in. The second question is, do you have a time complexity of O, big O of n, log of n? So I was thinking of binary search. So I was imagining if...
Solaris 428. Yeah, with binary seeker.
Yeah, so I was...
Solaris 428. Exactly.
Yeah, so I was thinking like using a binary search on a fixed sliding window. But yeah, I might do it just to prove that I have understood binary search, but I still think like in what event would it be better to do it that way, since it's obviously slower? Or is it just to like prove that you...
Solaris 428. If you use binary search, you don't use sliding window.
Oh!
The other.
How would I do it then?
Solaris 428. Sometimes you can do the binary search, but you can't do sliding window.
Okay. But then I'm not certain how I would be able to...
Solaris 428. For each write, the Boolean function is, does it work with that left?
Okay, I need to read what you say. For each write, the Boolean function is, does it work with that left? But how do I create the check function, or like the Boolean function, the condition? Like, what other way would it be?
Solaris 428. Oh, you need prefix sum.
Oh, okay. I would never have gone there to think of prefix sum. Because like I'm still not comfortable with I kind of understand prefix sum now, but I still want to like practice it some more. But yeah, okay, that makes sense, because on the topics it had these. So yeah, it makes sense that you would use a binary search on a prefix with the condition of prefix sum. So as of now, I'm just practicing sliding window. I want to be like better at a lot of the basic algorithms, because like, and it's a lot like thanks to you, because when you helped me with the the binary search thing, and also helped me with the sweep line, I just realized like I like these are just algorithms I can use like almost how do I explain it? How do I express what I'm thinking? I think it's more that I realized nothing is hard if you know the algorithms, because it just like match the correct algorithm to the right question. So and that's also the reason I might like suddenly struggle on an easy problem, while a hard problem might be like, oh, I know what to do. I might not be able to implement it as well or as efficient, but I will know, oh, these are the steps I need to take. And I think that's more valuable to me as of now. To just like, I don't need to think when I write that first search. I don't need to think when I'm gonna implement an sliding window. I want to achieve that level of experience that it's just automatic. So I'm doing step by step, starting with, like, to be fair, I should start with 2 pointers, but I've done some 2 pointers.
Solaris 428. Well, I know some quotitions that are genuinely hard to do even when you know what to do, because the input is formatted weirdly or there are a lot of edge cases, etc. But those are pretty rare. Most hard problems aren't really hard.
Yeah, I noticed definitely it's sometimes it's just augmenting the data into a correct format, or yeah, the edge cases, a lot of the edge cases just destroys everything for me. But that again is more about redundancies and just ensuring the code is like it doesn't do anything incorrectly. But yeah, so my goal going ahead is simply to just master things.
BS_RG. How can we solve this with BS? Damn, interesting.
Is that? Yeah, welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you here before. I'm talking to Solaris, and it's essentially a binary search with the condition of using a prefix sum. And now we're just discussing like my plans ahead, but yeah, I think that's I see or I understand that that's a correct way of doing with binary search. And I was talking like I might do it just to like prove that I kinda understand binary search well enough. Like, oh, out of curiosity,
Solaris 428. You know a prefix sum is a per calculation used to get the sum of any subarray in O1.
You know, prefix sum is a pre-calculation used, yeah. And now I just want to see like how would this work. Okay, so for oh, out of curiosity. So would a I'm thinking of the edge case if I use prefix sum. For instance, even though if I use the whole length of nums, it would never be target, and that's the edge case. That none of the okay, since none, that's probably just an edge case. I can have an if condition on. But now I'm thinking like how would this prefix sum look if I can? Firstly, if it's just once, it's just the same value as it is. If it's 2, if the k equals 2, would it just be smaller?
Phoebus_RG. I'll write the prefix sum for ex1 would be 2, 5, 6, 8, 12, 15. What would be BS on this? Target? I would land at index 3 where the sum is 8. How would this help in determining the size? Solaris 428. When you do a prefix sum, or a prefix XOR, or a prefix max, anything, you want to add the neutral element at the very left.
So the way at least I understand it, is that we're not the prefix sum like it's calculated for each k.
Solaris 428. PS equals 0 plus list, accumulate, nums.
I have to figure out like what accumulate does like exactly. Because I see Solaris use it all, like you use it all the time in a lot of...
Solaris 428. P max equals cur equals INF plus cur equals max, curry, 40 in nums.
I just want, sorry I didn't catch that. P max equals cur plus... for E in nums. Okay, make an iterator that returns the accumulated sums. Sum on one binary from other binary functions.
Thebius_RG. Unfortunately, I don't understand Python. Uneasy face. Solaris 428. Hope equals cur equals neutral op plus cur equals op. Curry. 40 in nums. Solaris 428. Def op. RL return pope R plus 1 pope L. Solaris 428. Assuming op is reversible. Thebius_RG. I get basics, but it's what the functions do.
Yeah, I also struggle a lot with like because my background is primarily in TypeScript. But I recently it's been a year. While I was finishing my degree, I have a degree in computer science, specifically artificial intelligence, and then we use a lot of Python. But ironically, a lot of the most basic things about Python I'm not that familiar with. So that's why like I'm trying to relearn a lot of them. So accumulate in this case would be, yeah, okay. Okay, so from what I understood on what you, like, how did you write it? Give me a second. I think I understand how accumulate works in this case. Give me a second, where...
Solaris 428. Well, it's more like def op. RL return reversipy. Hope R plus 1 pope L. If op has a reversipy, doesn't work with max, but works with sum. Reverse of end is n with XOR.
Yeah.
Reverse of XOR is XOR.
Ait. But like I said, I think I just need to relearn the basics. So I'm still gonna continue with more sliding window issues. Oh, I tried to do this before, I see.
Solaris 428.
This seems pretty simple.
Was that
What? Was that Ericto? I don't know what Ericto is.
Solaris 428. When you alt tabbed, I saw a guy, he looked like him.
You mean this guy or this guy?
Thebius_RG. He's a competitive coder.
Okay, then it's none of these. If these were the pictures you were mentioning. I think this is Eric Raprid, and this is my friend that I edited into a banner. And this is the European map that I tried to draw by hand before stopping. So I'm sorry that France looks kind of fucked up.
Solaris 428. Oh, I see.
Eric To. Is he on Twitch? Or is it just...
Solaris 428.
Okay.
He streams very rarely.
Aight. Oh, what's this? News and Primes. Heck yeah. But yeah, back to this. I will just remove everything. This might be... might have done this before and it was actually correct. I just didn't want to bother seeing it.
Solaris 428. But he has a
Oh.
YouTube channel where he explains algorithms.
That sounds wonderful for me. And he has two... Are the difference between these? Because like he has a normal one and one for hard algorithms. But
Solaris 428. I guess the hard is harder.
I would just assume it would be smarter to just have one single channel. Even though
Solaris
it's...
428. LOL prefix sums.
Yeah, this is exactly what I needed. Oh, a Caesar cipher. I remember like when we...
Solaris 428.
This one?
Watch it.
Prefix or the Caesar cipher? Because I remember learning this and it was like... I learned it as like a fun fact. I didn't know about this
Solaris
until the
428.
prefix.
The prefix sum.
Alright, I will watch it. I just want to like... I learned about Caesar cipher when I was a kid. I didn't know, like, and suddenly during, I don't remember what course it was. I think it was something about cryptocurrency or whatever. We were just like in the very beginning, we were just talking about different ciphers. And we mentioned the Caesar cipher and I was like, oh fuck yeah, I know that. I didn't even study this shit. So that was nice.
Let's talk about prefix sums, including C++ and Python implementation. First, here's an exercise for you. If I tell you that this long sum is equal to 50,
Solaris
and then I erase the first
428.
two elements, 3 and 5,
Yet
then what
it's
is
the
the sum of
first
the
you
remaining
see
elements?
usually.
You should be able to quickly compute that. It's 50 minus 8, the sum of the first two, so 42. And that's kind of the idea for what we will do today with prefix sums. Now, we need some definitions. Prefix of a string or a sequence is a range that starts at the beginning with index 0. Similarly, suffix would be something that ends at the end at index n-1, but we'll work with prefixes mainly. Prefix sum is the sum of elements inside, and then prefix of length k, let's say, is the first k element. That's it. How can we compute prefix sums and store it? We compute it anyway when we want to compute the sum of n elements. If I go for this array from left to right, and I add up elements while writing down the partial results, 3 plus 2 is 5, then it's 6, 9, 10, 13, and 16. 16 is the sum of all the n elements. Then those are prefix sums. For example, 9 is the sum of the first 4 elements. So we would say that prefix sum of 4 is equal to 9. For convenience in code later on, we often add here, we insert the extra 0 at the beginning. We say that this is sum of an empty prefix of length 0.
So in this case, if we use Python, it would be accumulate the list and then initial equals 0.
With that, answering queries gets easier. So let's say this is a 0 here. But we need to be careful with indices. So we have our definition. Pref of k is the sum of first k elements. If you forget any kind of formulas, you still need to remember
Solaris
this, and just from this you should be able to
428.
derive everything else.
0 plus list. Accumulate. Nums.
Oh, I thought... Give me a second. What does initial value do then? I just assumed it because they use 100 as an example. Would this be different from, let me see, plus list of accumulate nums?
Solaris 428.
Okay.
I guess it does the same thing.
Alright, I just want to make sure because like I just read about accumulate, I didn't know about it before now, so I just wanted to make sure it was correct.
We have array A of size 7 here, indexed from 0 to 6, and we have array prefix that goes from 0, where prefix of 0 is 0, it's just the sum of first 0 elements, Then prefix of 1 will be the sum of first one element, so just a of 0.
What's the
and so on.
runtime on the
And in the end,
accumulate?
we
Does
have
it
prefix of
say
7,
anything
it's the
about
sum of 7
that?
elements. Now what's the formula here? Well, we have 6. 6 pref of 3 is the sum of first 3 elements. Then I want here, as pref of 4, the sum of 4 elements, so including the fourth one. So I need to add 6 plus 3, and it will be 9. Then 10, 14, and so on. The formula in your code will be this. Pref of 4 was pref of 3 plus a of 3. Generally that. Or depending on whether you start with
Solaris
4
Okay.
or 0 or 1,
428.
maybe you will use the equivalent
It will
formula
be
here.
O, N.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense.
Once we compute this prefix sum array in yellow, I can easily get the sum of values in a range of indices just using a single subtraction. If I want to know the sum of values in a range from index 2 to index 5, this is the sum of the first 6 values, so from 0 to 5, minus the sum of the first 2 values, like we did at the beginning of the video. So pref of 6 minus pref of 2. In our prefix sum array, it's 14 minus 5, which is 9, and you can verify that it's 9 indeed. More generally, if we have a range from L to R, then we take the first R plus 1 element from 0 to R, and we subtract the first L element from 0 to L minus 1. So we take pref of R plus 1 minus pref of L. It might be confusing, this shift of indices, but thanks to that, we never go out of bounds. Otherwise, without the extra 0 at the beginning representing an empty prefix, you would here in the formula get pref of L minus 1, and you would sometimes go out of bounds if L is equal to 0. So here's the second formula we need in our code. The first one was here, and you can combine that to get a working solution. The most basic problem is just this. You're given an array of size n and q queries, and every query get the sum of values in range of indices from A to B. The brute force is on the right. For every query, you can create a variable and add up all the elements in this range by using a for loop. The time complexity of such brute force is for each query you go through all elements from A to B. In the worst case, there are n elements. So the time complexity is quadratic, O of q times n. We can do much better with prefix sums. Here's C++ and Python code. They are the same, so you can read whichever you prefer. In C++, we create an array of size n plus 1 from 0 to n. We then go with a for loop and apply the formula, matching the definition from before about pref of k. For example, pref of 2 now is the sum of the first 2 elements. Here the array was named x, so x of 0 plus x1. You can, if you need to debug something, just print the array and verify that this is correct. Then for every query, you need to print the difference between two prefix sums. And in this task from CSCS, the indices a and b were 1 based. They went from 1 to n instead of 0 to n minus 1. So you need to either subtract 1, so a minus minus b minus minus, or you need to fix the formula. Now, if, for example, you want the sum from indices 3 to 5, 1 based, then it's the sum of the first 5 elements minus the sum of first 2 elements, so pref of b minus pref of a minus 1. In Python, on the right, it's the same. This formula for creating prefix sums changes a little bit because we use a for loop from 0 instead of from 1. You can read both codes and compare, it should be still equivalent. And one thing you need to be careful about in C++ is the type.
BS_RG. Damn, I get the BS solution. The BS solution is to find the size using BS. I was completely stupid to think it was to search for the target. But sliding window is optimal over BS, I guess.
Yeah, definitely it's more optimal because the runtime of sliding window would be big O of n, while binary search would be n log of n. So definitely, I think the reason I was talking about it was like, oh, that was the second part of the question. Oh, you figured out the O of n. How would you find the n log of n? And then we were discussing binary search. But yeah, if it helps, like this is something I recently learned, and actually from Solaris, he helped me with that. Was that when I thought of binary search, I always thought about
Solaris 428. But in some problems that look like this one, you can only do BS.
Okay. Yeah, so I understand like why the question was formed like that, but yeah, in the like 2 days ago, I was under the impression that binary search was to find a specific element within a list, and the list had to be sorted, and that was what I assumed. However, after Solaris helped me with one question, I realized, oh, it's not the case. You could use it to find the k elements, minimum or maximum k numbers. That would be what's called. Oh, what's that word? I'm struggling with the word. What's the fulfill the conditions? For instance, like with the previous question, it was like, oh, essentially it was just
Solaris
list
428.
between.
First one that breaks a condition, or last one for which a condition is true.
Yeah. Now that's an easier way to like explain what I was trying to say. And after like learning that, it just opened a door for a lot other questions that I would initially think would be like my solution would be way too slow.
_RG. BS can get tricky sometimes. It can be used in so many applications, it's just hard to discover the BS solution, but once we discover it is, the solution would be simple. Solaris 428. Actually, searching for an element in an array is a particular case of that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's my point, that it's just one particular case of binary search, but binary search is so much more. And yeah, when I started to because I remember learning binary search and a lot of the different searching and sorting algorithms at school. But after a time, I was like, okay, I know how they function theoretically, and I know the runtime of them. I just never saw a specific way of applying it to real life problems. It's still it's still in the realm of Leetcode based problems. And now I'm trying to think of in what cases have I encountered where it would be. Okay, to be fair, I work primarily in front end, so I don't have a lot of those logic based calculations. It's more just API integration and just making things look pretty. And this is also the reason I want to learn this properly, because I want to move more to backend, or at least full stack, just because I find more joy in it.
Solaris 428. I mean, the definition with the condition works every time, including when you need to search for an element in an array. In fact, you do not search for a target element in the array, you merely search for the first element in the array that is equals target, and you check it is equals target.
Yeah. But just to give me a second. I was just trying to find edge cases for that definition. I found some edge cases, but I just simply don't think binary search would work on them at all. It's not a binary search question then.
If you add up a lot of numbers, you need long. So here you don't need int, you cannot use int, you need to use long. The time complexity of both codes is O of n for reading the input first, the array, and creating the prefix sum array. This is also space complexity. Plus for every query, you just print a single difference. So it's constant per query. The total time complexity is linear, O of n plus q. Let's see a more difficult task. We're given a string and q queries, given a range of indices from L to R, find the most common character in the substring from L to R. For example, if we ask about this substring from index 3 to something, then I see that character A appears 3 times, B appears once, C appears 2 times, so apparently the answer is character A. Letter A is the most frequent. Let's say that the alphabet just consists of lowercase English characters, and if there is a tie, we will print the letter that is first in the alphabet or something. It doesn't matter too much. This task doesn't have much to do with prefix sums, it seems, because we don't want to get sum of a range. The brute force will again just iterate this range from L to R to compute frequencies. But let's think about those frequencies. We need to get those values and then choose the maximum one of them, those up to 26 values. This is the size of the English alphabet. And can we do that? So can we say that, for example, for character A, this range and its frequency 3 is the difference between longer prefix and shorter prefix, because that was a solution for the previous task. Then what is the sum for character A for this longer prefix? Well, it's the frequency, that's what we need. A appears here 4 times, if I'm not mistaken, so 4. In this shorter prefix, it appears once, and the difference of that, 4 minus 1, is 3. That's what we need. For every character then, for every letter of the alphabet, and there are 26 of them, we need to compute prefix sums using the frequency of those characters. We need to know how many times they appear in every prefix. And then for a query of indices from L to R, for every letter we can very quickly get the frequency. We don't need to iterate everything. We still have a for loop for 26 characters. We cannot avoid that. At least I don't know how to do it. And the query will be answered fast in 26 operations. Not really operations, in a for loop of size 26. Let's see the codes. I would say that Python code here is simpler, so let's start with that. Those two codes are different this time, because there are many different ways to implement this task. It's educational if you try to understand both, but if not, that's fine, at least one of them. And here in Python, I'm using a dictionary. Please note that dictionaries are slow, and if possible, you should use arrays or Python lists. Here, just to demonstrate, just to show an easy to understand code, I used dictionaries. The dictionary for every letter of the alphabet, A through Z, will give me a prefix sum array. For example, pref of A will be the first prefix sum, and if the second dimension is 5, then it's number of occurrences of A in the first 5 letters. So it's good to write down such a definition, because then if you have doubts about indices, you can see above at your comment with the definition, and then you will adjust the indices in your for loops, in your formulas. For every character A through Z, create an array of zeros where we will apply prefix sums. put 1 whenever there is a character, because frequency of that character is 1 there, and then apply prefix sums from left to right. You don't need to create a separate array, you can just do this. It's important to understand those two lines, line 13 and 14 in Python code. They show that you don't need to create always a separate array to run prefix sums. You can apply prefix sums from left to right in one array, always propagating value to the right. Or if TMP of I is already the sum of the index I, then I plus 1 should just get that outside to itself. And then we put this whole prefix sum array in the dictionary. To answer queries, we read the range LR, and we try every letter of the alphabet. Always frequency is the difference of two prefix sums. If this frequency is bigger than the maximum so far, we overwrite. Eventually, we'll print the answer. C++ code is a little bit different. For efficiency, for a better constant factor speed, I'm using here a two-dimensional array in line 8. It's a vector here actually, n plus 1 by 26. So also dimensions are swapped compared to Python code, just to show you that you're not forced into one particular solution. Here's a definition. Pref of 5 will mean up to index 4, so the first 5 characters, and 0 is the letter of the alphabet. 0 is A, B is 1, Z is 25. We iterate indices from 0 to n minus 1 of the string, and always, if you knew the 26 frequencies for the previous index, you copy that, and then you get the value of a letter here,
Phoebus_RG,
and you increase this frequency by 1.
I'll take a leave.
That's a way
See
to go.
y'all later.
Yeah, see ya. Thanks for joining the stream.
From left to right, and you compute frequencies of everything while, again, storing them. You have space complexity, 26 multiplied by n. Sometimes it can be an issue. The same was in Python. Then for queries, we read L and R in line 21. We try all the 26 characters. I'm using here arrays, not characters anymore, so it's just a for loop of integers from 0 to 25. The frequency is difference of two prefix sums, and if it's better than maximum so far, then overwrite. Time complexity, in both cases, is for pre-processing, for this first part of computing prefix sums, 26 multiplied by n. It's also the space complexity. Then for every query, we have 26 operations, or a for loop of size 26. Usually we don't put such constants in time complexity, but this is significant, and we shouldn't really drop it. And maybe it's better to put a variable here for the alphabet size. Let's say that A equals 26 is the alphabet size. In some other version of this problem, alphabet size could be bigger, not just 26 characters of the lowercase English characters in the alphabet. Maybe we have all the ASCII values. Then it would be 256 or 128. Maybe it would be numbers from 1 to 1,000, and then for every number from 1 to 1,000, you get a separate prefix sum. Still, I would call this a linear time complexity, kind of n plus q, so much better than the quadratic time complexity of a brute force. Please note that prefixes will work well with, for example, summing up a range or computing the XOR, because you can get XOR of this prefix and subtract, or here, again, XOR, shorter range, but it doesn't work with all the operations. For example, maximum doesn't really work with that. If I tell you that maximum of this longer range is 20, and maximum of this shorter range, let's say, is also 20, that's ugly case, then there is no way of knowing what is the maximum in this range. For example, maybe the values are 20, 7, 6, 7, 4. Then the prefix maximum array doesn't even contain the maximum for this shorter range. So prefix of R of L minus 1,
Okay,
that is not useful.
yeah.
A prefix maximum array might help in solving some problems, but certainly it's not a problem about computing maximum in a range from L to R. Here's the last problem I will discuss. We're given an array, A of size n, and two updates. Updates this time, not queries, so we will modify the array. An update consists of a range of indices LR and the value x. You need to increase all elements at indices in this range by plus x. Print the final sequence. You don't need to print anything between the updates. The length of the sequence and the number of queries are both up to 100,000. Links to all those problems are in the description if you want to try them yourself. As always, we are not happy with a quadratic brute force, and I will show you how we can add 5 to everything in this range, basically by doing two operations. It's cheating a little bit, but let's try. I will put plus 5 here at this starting index L, and at the end, before printing the final sequence, we'll apply prefix sums, like in the previous problem, where we propagate this value to the right. We make a for loop, and we do pref of I plus equal pref of I minus 1. This plus 5 will propagate
Solaris
everywhere to the end. But that's not what we wanted. I wanted to add plus 5 up to here, up to index R. How can we
Oh, what?
cancel that? How can we negate the plus 5 in this suffix, in the last few elements, the elements after index R? We can subtract 5 here.
Solaris
When there is an update
428.
with LRX,
He is doing the barrier thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I remembered I was gonna say a comment like, oh, this is a sweep line. I know what the sweep line is now. I'm pretty, like, I'm good at Leetcode now. I know what the sweep line is. But I was like, yeah.
we need to add x at index L, subtract x at index R plus 1, and that's it for now. We do it for all the updates, and at the end, just once, we run prefix sums from left to right, from index 0 to index n minus 1 this time. Do we then maintain prefix sums or something like that? Not really. We just, at the end, before printing the sequence, we apply the part of prefix sum algorithm, I would say. Here's a pseudocode. We create an array of zeros because it's very important. You don't want to run prefix sums on this array. It doesn't make any sense. The array should stay. We put it on the side. We separately create an array of zeros. For every query, we do those two changes, increase and decrease. Then we go from left to right and we run the prefix sums from left to right. So we propagate all the values to the right. If we added 5 somewhere, it will automatically be added to everything to the right. And then for every index I, we print the initial value from that index plus whatever we computed. Pref of I is the total contribution of updates to this index. And I'm saying here increase, decrease. Actually, x could be negative. It doesn't matter that this value is positive. Everything will work. It's just that maybe we'll here do minus 20 and plus 20, but still fine. It's important that this operation in the suffix needs to negate the effect of this operation. Time for the summary. When do we use prefix sums? Obviously, when there are queries about sum in a range. It also works with XOR or product. Well, with product, you cannot divide by 0. So product of a longer prefix divided by product of a shorter prefix is fine if there are no zeros. If there are zeros, you need to be more careful and count them separately and only compute products without zeros. When there is something related to frequencies or the most frequent element, then maybe you can use prefix sums as well, because frequency is just a sum of ones, a 1 whenever an element appears. And finally, we need the problem to be static, not dynamic. There cannot be updates and queries.
Yeah.
If there is an array and we modify it, there are some queries, we modify it again, we say that such a problem is dynamic, and we need usually a segment tree for that. Prefix sums is an algorithm that usually is applied once, and then we can answer queries. When something changes, we would need to rebuild everything, and that's slow. In more advanced problems, we often use the fact that prefix sum array is increasing. If you added positive values, then every next prefix sum is bigger. It combines well with binary search. In a tree, you might want to use something like this to get sum of a path or sum of a subtree. I'll cover that in the next video, but we can apply prefix sums in a 2-dimensional grid. And we can apply it in n-dimensional grids, or for bitmasks, let's say. It's then called sum over subset, or SOS. Links to the problems are in the description. Once it's out, I recommend watching the 2D prefix sum video. If you're into more advanced stuff, then I recommend my second channel with competitive programming, let's say. And now that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for watching. Bye.
Yeah, but dude, that was a great explanation actually. What was I thinking? I just like out of curiosity, have you heard about Algo Monster? I don't know like how.
Solaris 428. He is
Ah.
one of the top in the world.
Okay, yeah, but it was really noticeable. But I was like, Solaris, have you heard? I don't know like how relevant this graph would be in a competitive programming sense, but I see a lot of value for it in interview sense. It's like graph tree that like you see a problem and you have to find out like what's the solution, and it has like good explanations for each of them.
Solaris 428. Maybe it's good. I didn't know.
Yeah, so essentially like you see a problem, is it a graph, and if yes, and etc, you can find like what would be optimal, and same if it's not a graph, you can go oops, yeah, small constraints, and it even has like, oh, it's brute force fast enough.
Solaris 428. Well, it's never automatic, it can give you leads.
Yeah, I was more thinking like if you know this well enough, you can just, if you do it automatically, it's just like in your mind. I can imagine this would be pretty helpful, but I don't know if this.
Solaris 428. I guess practice is your best friend to identify which keywords relate to which technique.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something like I needed to work on later on. I still want to practice the different algorithms, and afterwards I will practice to like how to read the problem, how to understand problem quickly, and then use the algorithms I already know. So yeah, back to this. Given
Solaris 428. Like at the very top, is it a graph? Is it a tree? DFS is a big shortcut IMO. Solaris 428. You can have any things with tree, it's not always DFS.
Yeah, no, then that's why like I see it value as a value for interviews where.
Solaris 428. Oh well, I guess it will be partly DFS.
But I think like because in competitive programming versus interviewer often value the fact that like, oh, this is how the person thinks, and even though you might not implement it correctly or like write it down perfectly, they will like see that, oh, this person knows enough to know like what path to go on. While in competitive programming, they don't care about that because it's about getting the correct solution and the most optimal solution. But I believe there are some overlap that makes it more helpful. And yeah, like I said, my goal is primarily to be prepared for interviews. But to be fair, like I can imagine like down the road I can go into competitive programming, because like I've seen some mock interviews and so fun because like they did a mock interview with a competitive programmer.
Solaris 428. How do you code the correct solution if you don't have the right way of thinking about the problem?
Yeah, no, it wasn't meant like that. It was more meant that I feel like competitive, like obviously, okay, this competitive programming, you need to find this correct solution, like find the correct way of understanding the solution, and also implement it correctly. While I feel for interviews, it's not as important that you are able to, at least in my experience, that you are able to code it perfectly as long as you explain it well. It might be for some reasons, like if you explain it well and explain how you got to the answer, they often like give you scores for that. But that's just in my experience. It might be like I'm incorrect at, but generally on the internet, most people say that as an interviewer, they're not as fussed about with the correct.
Solaris 428. Well, I'd just try to overkill the thing and both explain the solution and code it.
Yeah. And that's without doubt the best thing you could do. It's like you are able to both code it and also know the solutions in and out, without a doubt. It was more like the threshold for succeeding in an interview is what I would assume much lower than the threshold for competitive programming. The only difference is that in the interview it's also more based on your soft skills, your ability to convey information to the interviewer. That might not be as relevant for a competitive programmer, like in competition. But for instance, for you as a streamer, I see it's starting to be more like diffuse. But yeah, back to this. Longest substring without repeating characters. Given a string S, find the length of the longest substring without duplicate.
Solaris 428. Diffuse?
Is that not the correct word? Like vague. It's like it's not that I feel like for you as a streaming competition, it's like a middle ground between like, not a middle ground. It's more like you have aspects that are similar to how an interview would work, and obviously you could do in competitive programming. So that's like the main bulk, but it's not exactly the same as just doing the competition because you can do it silently. You don't need to talk. You can just in your mind calculate it. But yeah, back to. Diffuse is not the right word. Diffused. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, I was okay. It was more like that. I was referring to diffuse as an adjective and not the word. But I was like somewhat like, wait a second, I know there's a verb like diffuse situation, but I just had to ensure it's also an adjective. But yeah, so but anyways, now I really had to go back to coding some more. Given this
Solaris 428.
No.
I lack clarity.
No. You don't lack clarity. It's the act of streaming competitive programming. The lines between like interview style programming and competitive programming are more diffuse. You're not diffuse. You're actually great at explaining things, and you've been really helpful. But yeah, this is not. It's you have.
Solaris 428. Oh, I see.
Don't worry, you've been a lot of help. Like I'm really grateful for what you did. Don't worry, I will never call you a lack of clarity. And if so, I would tell you like, hey, I can explain it another way, and you will. So do not worry about that. Given a string as find the length of the longest substring without the duplicate characters. Yeah, okay, I just went back to like thinking. It's more like competitive programming was never something I would imagine me like even consider or like know about before. But now that I know about it, I realize like how much similarities it has with interviews. And I would like, I think I mentioned to you before, I would assume you would be great at interviews based on you being great at competitive programming.
Solaris 428. Yet it's intimidating, but in my experience, the CP-focused websites tell you the actual best practices.
Yeah, and that's what I starting to do more. I'm starting to like read more about competitive programming, and like you introduced to a lot of the YouTube channels that do so, or the web pages. And after reading them and understanding them more, I realized like, oh, this might be a better way of learning to become great at interviews. But yeah, it was definitely intimidating in the beginning, like hearing competitive programming when my goal is simply to like pass an interview. Or like it felt like an overkill. But after a time, I was like, yeah, it's the best practice, but the most optimal solutions. So for me, it's like competitive programming is like NFL. Or like like in the Major League Baseball or whatever, while preparing for interview is like, yeah, it's for like high school. I get to prepare like that good in high school too, but like high school level, whereas competitive is more at the pro level as an adult. But yeah, I need to go back to this problem. Given a string S, find the length of the longest substring without duplicate characters. A substring is a contiguous sequence of characters within a string.
Solaris 428. If you have 3000 ELO on Code Forces, it's the NFL, but not if you have 1600 like me.
Okay. Then there are different tiers, but still I think your level is well above what's expected of anyone at an interview. So interview might be even lower. The longest option without any duplicate characters. The problem now is like, since we talked about binary search, I kind of want to do a binary search because I still find the length the longest. So, and I know probably a binary search would work on this. I just don't. Oh, it would. Yeah, yeah, but I don't want to do that. I know this is a sliding window problem.
Solaris 428. There are many questions even on Leetcode I can't do, or at least I can't do them in less than 2 hours.
Yeah, but but that's expected, if that makes sense. I feel like this is like, because the Leetcode things are based and all of the other are based on ELO, if I'm not incorrect. So it's similar to like chess tournament, chess players. Like if you're grandmaster versus if you're international master. Is it international master? I don't remember. But like, yeah, they're, even though they're like at like so ridiculously higher above the normal person, they're like, there's a lot of difference between them. I feel it's similar to like your feeling. If you compare to the very, very top. It's the longest without the For if as of I n give me a second. Would it be better if I have it as a queue? Like this is the window. Like I noticed, like what I struggle with now is sometimes like I'm uncertain which data structure I should use, because I worry about like, oh, how is the trade-off of, for instance, runtime versus not runtime, like, oh, am I inserting more, am I deleting more, am I just appending, like what am I doing? So I start worry like, oh, I want to do this because I want to have the pop left function, for instance. I would like to have a queue and DQ, double end queue, I mean. But oh, that might be an issue if I do this later. So like I'm still uncertain what data structure I'm most comfortable with. Oh. And I also like there was a case where I was uncertain about the updating things. So yeah. Are you still there, Solaris? What you doing now? Are you still streaming?
Solaris 428. Yes.
Cool. Oh, you not?
Solaris 428. Yeah.
Right. What you doing right now, though? Oh, is this how it? Oh no, this is how.
Solaris 428. I was streaming an hour ago. Oh, I should have rated you. Sorry, I forgot.
Don't worry about it. I still don't know what raid means. It does mean like I'm bringing all my viewers
Solaris
to you.
428. I'm just watching the stream and still thinking about the @coder problems.
Maybe you should just go to sleep and then you will figure out like suddenly, oh, that's the answer.
Solaris 428. Yeah, I could have brought all my 0 viewers.
To be fair, like, you're more or less the only viewer that's watching me, so it wouldn't be any difference if you rated me like with fewer viewers or not, because you're still the one watching me, and I really appreciate it. Cheers to the small-time streamers like us. Like would okay, if and
Solaris 428. I don't understand why no one comes.
Who knows? Like, if you're asking me, dude, I only streamed for less than a week. Which day am I on? Day 6. Yeah, I have only done for 6 days. I have no fucking idea what makes people watch or not. It might just not be a big enough community for coders. Or is it that, dude, I actually need to do some research. Like, is it software?
Solaris 428. Maybe we should all switch to TikTok.
Yeah. Okay, to be fair, there are... Damn, okay. We're just bad then, if this is what we're competing with. But I think, like, on average, like, a lot of people, like... They're, like, obviously a lot more than we have, but it's not that ridiculously... a ridiculous amount. And most of these looks like they are doing specific things, like building up... Yeah, like they're creating... I imagine that they're more into game designs. I imagine that's more popular. But like for us who just like do Leetcode...
Solaris 428. Type Leetcode in the search bar, you'll see the other LC streamers.
Yeah, and like it's not that many. Oh, this is me. No wonder it was me. Like, yes, and this guy only had 2 viewers, himself and Solaris. Like I said, like most people, like they have more views than us, but still, it's not. I don't feel bad for having few viewers if this is what we're competing with. I was like thinking of doing every single damn boy. That's wild. And this guy isn't even streaming Leetcode. Yeah.
Solaris 428. He said he is going to do them all, but for now he is at 7/3300 ISH.
Oh my god. Are there so many Leetcode questions? Like, I'm happy. Like, I don't know, remember how many I've done. I think I've done like slightly above 100. And among those 100, like 2 hards. One of the hard ones was the one you helped me with. Okay, I hadn't done more than expected. 837 easy. I heard like a lot of people trying, like their goal is to do all the easy ones first. But that's crazy. I'm like slightly above 10% on the way. Damn. Oh.
Solaris 428. You did solve the Q3 of the contest, which is a medium but actually almost a hard by yourself.
Nah, I got a lot of help from you. I wouldn't say I did it by myself, to be fair. I need to stop thinking. Now my acceptance looks like shit. Yeah, well, like I wouldn't be able to do that one without you. So I don't think I done it on my own, if that makes sense.
Solaris 428. Oh, I think my acceptance rate might be even worse.
Okay, that's nice. I don't think anyone cares about the submission thing either. Most of them are in Python 3. Rest is okay. Anyways,
Solaris 428. 53%.
Yeah, I beat you. But I feel it's different when you have is it Guardian? Is that the ELO it's called? I think like I saw something about being Guardian in this one. Oh, we can... Oh, I remember seeing something about role upgrade, yeah.
Solaris 428. Yeah, Guardian.
Yeah. I think like I will get the streamer tag after next stream sometime. I just still not comfortable enough with it's not a comfortability, it's more like I know I'm well aware how
Solaris 428. But tomorrow, there is a bi-weekly.
I might try it and fail it for the first time. I never yeah, to be fair, like I want to try a contest just to see how utterly bad I am. Okay, in 16 hours. I'll add it to my calendar. And also this one. I would assume bi-weekly are more difficult. Is that a fair assumption? Okay, I will get 5 coins for...
Solaris 428. Actually, weekly are supposed to be more difficult.
Oh,
For
really?
me, it's the same difficulty.
I would assume it's probably the same then. But I would assume, like, just because it's rarer, I would think it's less. I just realized you probably have grinded so many, like, points. You could, like, buy shit from the store. Have you bought anything from the store yet?
Solaris 428. Not the problems, but more difficult to be ranked among the first ones because sometimes on Saturday there is also a Code Forces contest. Solaris 428. I don't have so many LC points.
Really? Haven't you, like, grinded?
Solaris 428. You have to be top 100 to win points, it's not easy.
But I was just thinking, like, the normal ways of earning points. Like, you get 1 point for each day, and you have been doing it since February or something. That's like 9 months. 9 times. Okay, that's not that many. And you probably have some of these. You probably have this too. And you also have these combined with this one, this one, and
Solaris 428. 5,085 points.
damn. 5,085 points. Okay. Damn, I feel like you have like done this for a while. Like I was like hoping like, oh, one day I will get myself a Leetcode cap or something.
Solaris 428. After half a year of fidelity they won't even give me the shirt.
Okay, so I would like thinking like maybe I should have a goal of okay, I'm gonna grind up to I get one of these. Like I want the cap. I think I don't think I want a T-shirt.
Solaris 428. I guess I should just get first place in a contest.
Yeah, Solaris, why don't you do that? Just why haven't you done it before? Just get the first place. Not that hard. But oh, this kind of looks good though. Can you like, what's the benefit of premium? Like, what's the benefits of... because I feel like a lot of these are non-issues, or you can just figure out by just searching on the internet. This I see some value in. And maybe this, I feel like these two you can figure out by searching on the internet. But this one might be better, but still not that, like, I don't think it's worth 13 bucks each month. To be fair. But yeah, I will try out the contest tomorrow and see how well I will do. What time does it start? It's like in approximately 17 hours. Let me see.
Solaris 428. Someone offered me to pay me to help them doing problems for 1 hour. I'm kind of stressed because if I'm going to be paid I must held a certain standard.
Like, to be fair, you've been really helpful with me, and so I would say go for it. I think you would do great. It's like a coaching hour, I reckon. Yeah, if I were you, I would totally do it. I think you're skilled enough and also good enough to explain things that it's worth for the person. And worst case is that the customer realizes, oh, this is not what he or she wanted, and that's it. I'm trying to figure. Okay, it's. Okay, around 3. Okay, I think I will try it later during the day, tomorrow. Maybe not as late as I started the stream today. Anyways, I have to go back to this. Does like this work? Or I will just try it. It might be fucked up because of if it updates. Because I saw something like I was uncertain why it didn't update, even though, yeah. Okay, for RNS, then max equals to max of max len of window. No, well, what max? Still, I just want to. Oh, I fucking forgot to add. Okay. Fucking forgot to add it. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so this. Oh, but this is because what I wanted to do was L plus equals 1. But this wouldn't work now because I have it set it at 0. Okay, I could do it like that too. Yeah. So instead of having it like this, just had it. Do I need to worry about the deletion? Okay, what's the deletion runtime on the list? Is it O of n? Because if that's the case, it's so bad. I believe it's O of n. I hope it's constant. I don't think it's constant. Yeah. Okay, worst case. But still, yeah. Yeah, okay, like popping would be fine. So if I did it as a queue, it would be faster. Right. Let's continue to where I left off. It was at sliding window. Oh, I did another question. Oh yeah, nice. And then I want to do longest repeating. It's also okay. Consists of only uppercase and integer k. Okay. Like, I have a way of solving this, I think. The issue I have is essentially an edge case, not necessarily an edge case, but if these were like it just in case. Okay, when you play them, try to make all. To the frequency of the characters. Always optimal of the most frequent character. Yeah, why? The thing I worry about in this case is like, how do I know which character is most likely to be the most repeated characters? Because for these two, it's not a problem because the first element is also part of.
428. You can keep a frequency counter.
Oh. Yeah, I can. I was thinking of using a counter in the beginning, but that's inefficient. Okay, how would I? So simply just having a dictionary, I would assume.
Solaris 428. Why inefficient?
Isn't the runtime on creating a counter and log of n? No, what's the runtime on creating?
Solaris 428. Counter is just like a dict.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. I wasn't aware of that.
Solaris 428. Counter is the same as default dict, int.
Okay. Oh, that's something like I need to figure out more. Like default dict and dict. What's the okay? So default dict is just better? Okay. When you want to have precise control of handling of missing keys. Okay, yeah. So I imagine dict is better in a real life setting, while in questions like these, default dict would be better.
Solaris 428. Yet it's often better.
Yeah, I was like reading for like the default dict just sounds like a better version of dict. So I can have a frequency counter, but how do I like quickly see the most used letter? Mm-hmm. Okay, now what was the thing I was thinking of? Because I think I have done a similar question to this. I'm just thinking like, how did I solve that one? Because in that case it was only two. It was either X or Y, or maybe 0 or 1. I don't remember like exactly what. It was only two alternatives. I think that was medium 2, but still. String consists of only uppercase English characters. Why is my brain not working now? I might actually take a break now, considering how long I've been streaming, and then come back. Been streaming for. How was a quick 2 hours? Yeah, I think I deserve a slight break now, so I will take a break. You can admire the wonderful map. I will take a small break. I will come back.
Solaris 428. Nice map.
Thank you. Break time. Be right back. Oh, I hate that it's not in the middle. Okay. It's somewhat in the middle. Okay. So give me a sec. Deactivate this and then mute my microphone. Yeah, I'm back. Looks like I had a really long break. How long? Damn, almost is it almost an hour? That was not my intention. Then I would just have ended the stream. So sorry for that. Now I'm back to
Lulu_PSD. Hey guys.
Oh, hey Lulu, what's up? Did you just come, or have you like I took a really long break? I'm sorry for that. So I hope you didn't just like sit in my stream and wait. How you doing? Yeah, okay. I just had to check in case like my
Lulu_PSD. You scared the shit out of me. I was waiting, listening to music, and you popped magically, not like this LUL. Lulu_PSD. I'm doing good, and you?
That's good to hear. I didn't mean to scare you like that. No, I'm doing fine. I've been grinding some more Leetcode lately. I took my first break yesterday after starting to stream, because I've been streaming every day since I started. So it was nice to meet up with friends. And yeah. But yeah, now it's back to the grind. I feel rested, but I have a really bad sleeping schedule still. So yeah.
Lulu_PSD. You did good to take a break.
Yeah. It was not like, to be fair, I don't feel that fatigued from streaming or doing this. Like, honestly, I'm starting to enjoy it a lot. It's nice to firstly practice English. That's something like I don't do, haven't done for a while, except from traveling. Secondly, it's like I somewhat enjoy these Leetcode based questions, because it's more about like rediscovering my love for programming, because a lot of the things I really like about programming is the fact that it's problem solving, and I always liked those quizzes.
Lulu_PSD. I want Leetcode stuff, not like this. It's too
No, Leetcode is like the greatest guy ever. But I agree, if you only do Leetcode, it might seem daunting in the beginning. I think like Leetcode combined with like Leetcode and a lot of YouTube is like the way to go. And for me at least, the main reason I like Leetcode so much, firstly, is like he's a great guy who like he posts daily on the daily problems, and also he has really well thought out videos that explain different processes and different aspects. And for me, like the reason I love Leetcode, like this webpage, is simply this graph. It's just like, now that I know that and see it, is like, yeah, it's obviously it's like that. But before that, I didn't see the connections like as clearly as I do now. So yeah, I was on
Lulu_PSD. My Leetcode is full of comments to understand the problem, crying. More comments than code lines.
I think that's fine. Like, how far have you come along on the Leetcode? Like, I haven't done this as active as I want to. I've been doing more Leetcode, to be fair. I was just doing this one. I somewhat like understand what I'm supposed to do in this case. I think, at least.
Lulu_PSD. Where can you find this roadmap? I did 3 days of Leetcode LMAO.
If you press Leetcode, like the home button, and press the roadmap, and I don't know if this is the same for you or not, but like it's also displayed on the home page. You press the roadmap, and then you see, yeah. And now I'm just working through it. I did not do this because it was a hard one, and I want to be... Why didn't I do these ones? Remember, like, what?
Lulu_PSD.
No,
Did you take the pro thing?
I'm fundamentally against everything that's subscription based. I will not pay to learn. Especially since, like,
Lulu_PSD. Me too.
and I don't think it's necessary either. You can, like, for me at least, it's as long as I know how to study or learn, I'm fine. And there are millions of YouTubers who are like really great at explaining basic concepts. Like every time I struggled with any of my courses when I was studying, there's always a random Indian guy that explained it 10 times better than my professor would. I don't remember like where I was on this one. Like I remember.
Lulu_PSD. I agree. Everything can be found free.
Yeah, okay, there was a dictionary, yeah.
Lulu_PSD. I don't have the roadmap and my page is so white, not like this, my eyes are bleeding.
Yeah, I have. Let me see. How did I do it? It's the extent. It's I think you have to go into settings. On I don't know if you use Chrome or not, but I am at least on Chrome. I believe. I don't remember like where I did it from. It's maybe it's extension, to be fair. No, it's like extension. Because I have it automatically like turned to dark mode if there are dark mode. It's I believe it was experimental something that it's not like it's not working perfectly. So they don't want to like advertise it as something that works great.
Lulu_PSD. Are you in US on the website?
I don't think so. I'm based in Europe. I wouldn't assume so.
Lulu_PSD.
It's
at the bottom of the page of me.
Are we on the same web page?
Lulu_PSD. I'm stupid.
What happened?
Lulu_PSD. I'm on Leetcode homepage, not like this.
But for Leetcode they also have the same thing, that you can turn to dark mode. But I wasn't aware you can be based in different countries. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm in the States here. I didn't know that. But how did I do it? I think it was a weird thing. You had to go to problems. And while you're in the problems, you would press your profile pic, and then appearance, and then do dark.
Lulu_PSD. Okay, I found the roadmap.
Yeah.
Lulu_PSD. Thanks.
No problem. But yeah, I think the first step of becoming a programmer is realizing dark mode is always better. now I'm just curious why they... Okay, well... Minus max of f is greater than k. Oh, greater than k.
Lulu_PSD. Why the names are almost the same, not like this Leetcode. Neat code. It's missing with my dumb brain.
I think, to be fair, that the Leetcode guy named it after Leetcode. It's similar to like my name, to be fair. Like my name is more complex. It's not as easy to see it. It's supposed like I have Leet in my name too. And the reason is like okay, I don't need to go that into detail, but my full name is similar to a DC Marvel villain. No, DC villain. So when I want to stay anonymous or somewhat anonymous, I use his name. And apparently, I haven't found the source of it, but apparently he has an alias, which is Dev Letbeck. I believe it's a name from I'm not
_PSD. The Joker?
No, not Joker. I'm not Joker. Don't worry. But it's one of the big. I would say one of the big ones, just not for Batman. I was a big comic fan when I was younger. But apparently his alias is Devlet Beck. That name was taken, and I believe the origin is from. I think that it was called the Turkmen, or from the area of Turkmenistan. I'm not certain about that. If it has Turkic roots, but I just altered it, so it became Devil Leetbeck, but not Joker. I like considering like, what's Joker's real name again? I should know this.
Lulu_PSD. Too bad. I like the Joker and Batman LUL.
Yeah, like Batman is my favorite DC superhero. What's like? Okay, but to be fair, I think Jack Napier is only for I know that name has been used multiple times, but I think he has multiple names. To be fair, depending on which comic it's. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how big of a fan you are of Joker, but it's like, I don't remember the comic arc itself, but I remember there were supposed to be 3 different Jokers, which was a really cool homage to like the
PSD.
Yeah.
He has 1 million aliases.
But yeah, so Joker is one of my favorites. I wonder who my favorite DC villain actually is. I don't know.
Lulu_PSD. There is also a Batman X Joker. I don't remember his name.
Oh, you mean the combined together? Because there's so many of them. You're probably thinking of I think it's called The Batman Who Laughed. That's like the story arc was essentially it's a dark or I think it's a dark universe it's called, which means like
_PSD.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I love the premise of the comic arc. However, for me Batman Who Laughs just become too edgy. Like on the verge of not being either. Like it wasn't. it didn't feel like a Jokerized Batman. It felt more like this ultimate, if like Batman was the ultimate edgelord. But I really like that. I don't remember what's called, because I remember like there's basically every Justice League member has a reverse version of Batman that's evil. Yeah, it's the Dark Multiverse, that's what it's called. Yeah, but the Dark Knights is... I love the premise. It's so awesome. It's like... We have... Okay, let me see. Do they have like a list of them? Okay, I was just gonna say like every... all of like the reverse ones, but it has always listed the ones. So Batman Who Laughed is just a Jokerized Batman. The Drowned is it's in the universe where it's gender, what's called like whenever gender is reversed. So he's a woman. I think I don't remember his name, but the story is essentially that Atlantis goes to war.
PSD. If I remember well, there is a parallel where Bruce Wayne dies and his father becomes the Batman.
Yeah, and his mother becomes the Joker of that universe. That's also an awesome one. I think they also they made an anime.
_PSD. I love Batman.
Yeah, me too. He's my favorite. But I think that they also made an animated version of it. I think it was in the Flashpoint. I'm not certain. Yeah, I love like every origin story of these. Like in this, is every gender is flipped, and Atlantis goes to war with the I don't remember like the land dwelling society, and essentially the Batman of that world just goes into some hardcore genetics and being able to breathe underwater, destroys everything. Yeah. Dawnbreaker was upon the death of his parents, the Green Lantern, he gets the Green Lantern ring. However, he wants to use to kill people, which it's a no-no for Green Lanterns, and he but his willpower was so strong that he's able to surpass it and become the Dawnbreaker.
Lulu _PSD. WTFLULLUL.
Yeah. The Merciless, it's oh fuck, what's
Lulu
this?
_PSD. I want to read DC Comics now, not like this.
I can go and give you like a brief overview of all of them. The Merciless is fuck. What's his name? It's like a Superman villain, like that's. Oh fuck! What's Abomination? No, not Abomination. So, okay, what's Superman? Abomination? No, what the fuck is it called? Doomsday. Yeah. And Doomsday, his origin is essentially something that's created. It's like, what should I call it? Imagine like evolution on steroids. He's like the way he was created was essentially that he's. I don't know if it was specifically for Superman or not, but essentially he dies and then again rebuilt, dies and millions of times until he's like the life form that can kill basically everything. And there's a Doomsday virus which makes a human into a Doomsday. And so in that universe, that's the Which one? No, that's Devastator. I'm sorry. The Merciless, I remember, it's essentially like this Justice League is fighting, I don't remember what, I think it's actually the Greek gods or something, like fighting forever. At the end, Batman takes the helmet of Ares, god of war, and becomes the Merciless. There's like a hidden, like, there's like a, I won't spoil it, but it's like a twist there you wouldn't see. Murder Machine, it's also a cool origin story. Essentially, the Batman gallery kills Alfred, and to cope with this, Bruce Wayne creates an AI of what was I saying? Oh fuck! I just said his name. How did I forget? Alfred. Fuck yeah. Alfred Pennywise. How can I forget him? But suddenly he gets killed, and to cope it, he made an AI.
PSD. We're always talking about Marvel's metaverse, but DC is almost pretty messy with all the parallels. LUL, not like this. Lulu_PSD.
Yeah, because
OMG, you can't forget him.
Because I said his name 5 seconds before, and then I just blanked. I was thinking of something else. But yeah, like comic, like if you talk about the comic books wise, I think both of them are great at like creating ever expanding universe. I think most people talk about Marvel because of they are better at creating live action. They have while for DC it's been rougher. They're still trying to do so, but like they are so way behind compared to Marvel. But yeah, the Murder Machine essentially creates the AI, but the AI there's with the help from Cyborg, but there's a bug essentially. So Alfred is just killing everyone to keep Bruce Wayne safe, and at one point he convinces Bruce Wayne to change his skin.
PSD. Alfred is the real hero, Kappa Kappa, like Neville in Harry Potter. Lulu_PSD. Alfred is a bro.
Yeah. Do you know the Alfred's backstory? Because that's fucking awesome. Like I don't like a lot of people like they know Alfred's butler, that's like amazing and everything, but like like the reason he's so badass is he was a special agent from UK. But due to some vow or something, he was indebted to to the Wayne family, and therefore became the main caretaker. But he's a special force agent.
I didn't know. I'm listening.
Yeah, okay, I have to find. I don't want to say something. Fred Pennywise origin. I just had to find it. Like obviously different stories, but like this is for Arkham specifically. I can't remember it, so you have to check it out yourself. But I remember the story is he's like a special force, like one of the best of the. Oh, what's the UK special force called? MI7? No. Yeah, MI7. He's a part of that group. He's like elite there, and he has a daughter, which is like really against him. Why the fuck is he gonna be a butler for a snobby, spoiled kid in Gotham? But yeah, that's like somewhat like he is the most badass of them all, because like he doesn't care. He just like keeping the family safe. That's his goal. And I think like in the Injustice arc,
Lulu_PSD. Looking at Alfred's life will be my homework for the next stream.
yeah, if you want to, but that's like remember this. That's a specific story. Like there are probably a lot of other origin stories, but Alfred is awesome. Yeah, Murder Machine. Yeah, so the Alfred AI just kills every villain to keep Bruce Wayne safe, and convinces Bruce Wayne to like change his human flesh with robotics because they are more efficient. At one point they changes like I don't remember like what the final thing. I think it was the final thing was changing his brain to robotic, letting Alfred take over, and yeah, so he's a cold killing machine. And Red Death is the Flash one. It's interesting. Essentially, I don't remember like what the catalyst is, but at one point, Batman's like, if I had Flash's power, I would save so many more people because he was too late for it. So he straps the Flash to his Batmobile combined with the, I don't remember the thread mill. There's like a thread mill specifically built for the Flash. But essentially he just straps him to the car and just drives. And when they reach the Speed Force, they merge into one being. So the Flash actually is a part of Bruce Wayne in that scenario. And yeah, he is just killing people. Oh fuck, it says so right that I'm so sorry. Now I'm just like basically mansplained all of this when it just was here. Oh, it's not, okay, it's not exactly the same.
Lulu_PSD. You keep me wanting to read DC comics, not like this, not like this.
Yeah, but dude, it's awesome. I recommend Comic Historian. The late Comic Historian was great, and there's a lot of other YouTubers who like you can have it in your background and not while you're doing some chores or something. But my favorite, I think, like apart from Batman himself, my favorite is Jason Todd. He's without a doubt. I think like most people don't like him as much compared to the other Robins. He's my favorite Robin because he fucking died. But like yeah, like you probably noticed, I'm a big comic nerd. I know so many of the backstories. So if they're like honestly, you can probably name a random hero and I will know the backstory of them. And probably some fun facts. And recently I gotten into, I've seen, I think it's called Wayne Origin.
Awesome.
It's not new, but it's like Origin of Batman. Is that new comic strip? No, it's not. It's like a prequel. I don't remember what it's called, but essentially it's a prequel to Batman comics. It's not year one. It's like before that even. It's like it's one of the newer. It's one of the newer arcs. Essentially it goes through like how did Bruce Wayne become Batman.
Lulu_PSD. Unfortunately, my heart belongs to Leetcode these days. Leetcode looks like a toxic EX. I want to read whining.
Yeah. But what you can do is like while you're grinding, you can have that in the background while you're just. That's what I usually did, but after starting streaming, I have been more. Don't have any audio because I'm still like trying to figure out what's copyrighted, what's not copyrighted, etc. Because like some of my videos get flagged in the beginning because I didn't know, and it's not a big deal. Like it's not like I'm a big streamer or anything. Like I don't think I would ever have more than 10 viewers at the same time, and I don't mind. I don't want to become a streamer either.
Solaris428. Eric don't need code. I haven't watched for videos tbh.
What up, Solaris? Welcome back.
Lulu_PSD. At Solaris428. Hey guys. Solaris428. Their asterisk.
Yeah, it like I haven't.
Solaris428. Hey guys.
Yeah, I haven't like watched that many of Ricto yet, but like based on what I saw, he looks awesome. I think it brings back to like what we talked about earlier, with like the difference between competitive programming versus interview style in programming. Like while there's a lot of overlap, I think Leetcode is suitable.
Lulu_PSD.
You were saying?
You was saying, you can't put audios on your stream? Or I understood nothing.
No, that and it's more that I don't know what I can, what type of audio I can have on my stream. Because I would love to like listen to some music or some podcast in the background. But yeah, I haven't done it since I started streaming because
Lulu_PSD. Free musics.
But I think it's also because I'm worried I would be overstimulated if I'm also talking to you guys in chats while I'm trying to code while listening to, for example, music or podcast. So that's why I haven't done it yet. I might go back to it when I get more into the flow.
Lulu_PSD. Yes, maybe it's too much.
Yeah. And then I believe in that case I would probably turn off the text-to-speech function on Restream. I don't know if you guys hear it, but like every time you post something.
Solaris428. Wait, why do I appear as streaming? Solaris428. WTH.
Are you streaming? Doesn't look like you're streaming to me. Don't worry, we can't see you.
Solaris428. Oh no, but on the last screen.
On the last screen?
Lulu_PSD.
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't.
hearing it not like this.
Yeah.
Solaris428. Live now.
I think it's more that my restream is so delayed. Like this is only at 90 minutes. I have been streaming for a lot longer than that. So I think it's more that this at that time you were streaming. So you're not streaming now. It's just restream being restream. But yeah, me and Lulu were just talking about like DC comic books. Like, so Solaris, do you like enjoy any comic books? Any comic?
Solaris428. Well, that window. What was it?
I use Restream to stream to both YouTube.
Solaris428. No, I haven't read them.
Ah, okay. But I use Restream to stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I don't know.
Solaris428. No, the other one, with the guy on the bottom left.
Which one? Well, that window, what is it? No, I haven't read one. No, the other one with the guy on the bottom left. This? No. Which one are you talking about?
Lulu_PSD. Streams Inception.
Yeah, I think I would stop looking at that screen because it probably confuses you.
Solaris428. Yes, third or fourth from the left. Lulu_PSD.
This guy?
Looks like the DC universe.
This guy knew.
Solaris428. Yeah.
Yeah. Clement. Oh, that sounds like a French name. Is it French or something?
Solaris428. It's this guy. I thought he looked.
Ah. No, Clement is good. He shows a lot of like mock interviews to like he acts. Normally he acts as the interviewer and like tells them like how the setup would be.
Solaris428.
Oh, on the left.
The one on the left.
Yeah, that's just a random college student.
PSD. Only his first name is French.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Solaris428. Yeah, he even interviewed William Lin.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget my friend is also named Clement. But yeah, this doesn't look French anymore. That's probably more Eastern European, I would guess. Or maybe close to the Balkan. I don't know. But yeah, that's why. Now I have to go back to this one.
Solaris 428.
Romanian, really?
Romanian.
Yeah, I was thinking of towards the Balkan, not the Balkan, but the East. Because my friend is from Romania, and
Lulu_PSD. He is a French-American entrepreneur.
I didn't know. I just watched some of his mock interviews. I thought that they were great. Algo expert, I never.
Solaris 428. It's true that he has a bit of a French accent.
Oh, I haven't noticed or paid attention to it. What's this? Like, what? Okay, it's just. Okay. But yeah, back to this. What were I supposed to do? Yeah, it was this part that I was confused about. Well, because you remove it from the counter, which I understand, or reduce the counter. But okay, if right is left less than left plus 1 minus max frequency. Is greater than k. I forgot like what this question was again.
Solaris 428. The length of the segment, the number of occurrences of the letter which occurs the most.
K was
The number of
replacement.
letters we need to change to that letter.
Yeah, now I remember. I just came back to stream. I was like looking at this, like I don't remember what I was supposed to do here. I forgot what K was. So I was like K. Okay, then I see. Left equals 0 or L. I'll keep it simple.
Solaris 428. Have you tried the follow-up problems to make a large island?
I don't think so. Make a large island. I thought that was hard enough, dude. That was... Look at this massive shit. There are follow-ups? Out of...
Solaris 428. The Code Forces ones I linked you on Discord.
Oh.
Solaris 428. Well, it's a lot of characters, but many parts are just automatic.
This one? No, that was yesterday's daily problem.
Solaris 428. No, before that. Solaris 428. Yeah, that.
But are there follow-ups to this?
Solaris 428. H1 and H2.
H1 and H2, where can I... Well, how do I find H1 and H... What?
Solaris 428.
Oh!
The messages in the Discord.
Ah, no one. Yeah, it's fucked. It was
Solaris
the...
428.
Yeah, it was the Alex questions, and this was the easy version, and Alex had a grader with n rows and consists of a set of a connected component if from any caller. So it's in the set. It's possible to reach any other cell in the set by moving to another cell in the set. In the set that shares a common side, the size of connected components, the number of cells in the set. In one operation selects any row and any column, then sets every cell in row to be the maximum possible size of a larger connected component of that he can achieve after performing operation at most once. The first line of the input contains a single integer. I'm more confused by the format of this. Oh no, fuck. Fuck. Did I miss the daily one? It's probably a new one. I was going to do the daily one. No. I have 17 minutes to do it. I've chosen... You can choose any number or of columns for every cell in the column. Change the value from and vice versa. Return a maximum number of rows that have all value equal to some number of flips. After flipping in the first column, in the first two columns, the last two have. I don't even know how to attack this problem. Okay, hash table, yeah. It's like doing XOR of some number k onto each row. We want X. Dude, I don't even know how to start on this one. Yeah, I think...
Lulu_PSD. Freaking Pascal's triangle. Lulu_PSD. It's an easy one, not like this, not like this.
It's an E... For me, it's like I haven't never seen something like this. Leetcode.
Solaris 428. Pascal's triangle.
I'm just trying to figure out like how they do it.
Lulu_PSD. At Solaris 428, yeah, not like this.
I just need to...
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more Leetcode today. So today let's solve the problem, flip columns for maximum number of equal rows. So this one is a fun one. It actually took me a few minutes to figure out the main thing. I'll show you the notes that I took when I was coding this one up. I don't think they'll be helpful for you, but I'll try to explain the thought process in a more intuitive way. The idea is we're given a binary matrix here, zeros and ones. We are
What's wrong with my
to
internet?
take any column and invert it. So
It's buffering, correct? Never mind.
0, 1. And if you do that, you look at the resulting matrix.
Yo.
Trying to make this clean. You see
Lulu_PSD. Something like that. 1, 1,
okay,
1,
this row
1,
has
1,
0, 0, 1.
2,
This row has
1,
3 zeros.
1,
This row
3,
has
3, 1, 1, 4, 6,
3 ones.
4,
So both of
1.
these rows have the same value in
Solaris
every spot. They're
428. https
not the same, like this is 111, this is 0, 0, 0, but the row itself is all the same.
problem
This row is all
flip columns for maximum number of equal rows submissions /145991865 Lulu_.
Yeah, I got somewhat
Sorry for
over.
the speaking chat not like this.
Yeah, give me a second. I need to figure out how I can turn it off because that was setting. How did I do it again? It's not a problem normally, it was just like suddenly I was watching so many things at the same time. Is there not a way to like ignore, because I like to hear you guys talk so I don't need to go to the chat every time. So to be fair, I like it. I can reply command. It's more that
the same. What we're trying to do is maximize the number of these rows. So this is the best we can do.
Solaris 428. You can probably configure it to not read links.
yeah, I was thinking of doing something, but I will do it off stream, I think.
We can get a matrix with 2 rows that are all equal. Naively,
Lulu_PSD. Or stupid Pascal's triangle.
What's up with Pascal? Yeah.
you might think, well, I guess we could try every possible way for this column.
But what's up with the...
Choose to either invert it or not invert it, and so then you have 2 choices here, 2 choices here, and 2
I just have shit quality on my video.
2 choices here. So it's going to be something like 2 to the power of n. Let's say we have n different columns. That's not even checking like how many rows are equal in every spot. That's going to itself be an m times n operation as well. So that's probably not what the solution is. I don't remember off the top of my head what the constraints are, but I think they're over 100. I think m and n could be greater than or equal to 100. So yeah, that's probably not going to be efficient. So what's the observation here? And it took me a while to kind of figure it out. I went down some thoughts that weren't super useful, but some of them kind of were. So for example,
Solaris
this matrix
428.
is pretty much equivalent to
https://leetcode.com/problem/pascal's triangle/submission/14303620699/
by just inverting the entire thing. So basically taking every single column and flipping it, it wouldn't do anything. You'd produce a matrix that looks like this. And so however many equal values you have in a row that we started with wouldn't have changed in the resulting matrix. Now that doesn't necessarily solve the problem for you, but still it's an observation that I made. And then I just kind of kept going for observations. It seems like there might be a trick here. It seems that they're asking us, we can flip the columns, but that doesn't mean we actually have to flip the columns. Maybe there's a pattern, and that will allow us to count
Are
the
you
number
French,
of
Solaris?
maximal rows that we can make that are all equal.
Yeah, I think, I tried to introduce Solaris to you, Lulu, if I'm not mistaken, because both of you are French? Yeah, I think so.
And we can just do it that way. We don't actually want to have to flip these columns because that's going to be pretty expensive, and we're going to have to read through the entire matrix and verify it. So what's the pattern? I mean, I guess if you start with a matrix like this, and now I'm going to kind of take the problem and simplify it. Rather than considering a matrix, I'm going to just look at 2 rows at a time. I want to kind of make things easier for myself. I have a monkey brain, I guess all of us do. We're not designed to be able to just look at something and immediately know the answer to it. We kind of have to do things in a more intuitive way. So I'm looking at 2 rows at a time. If they're both equal, then that's good. Even if they look like this, they're both the exact...
Lulu_PSD. Yes, I also am. Lulu_PSD. LULLULLUL.
Same, even if all the values aren't the same.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Alexandre, j'habite en Oslo. En passant. What else do I know in French?
can just then flip this column and then make them all even if they were inverted. Even if this column was inverted, I can still make these the same. Well, they're already the same.
Okay, basically all French sentences I know are swear words, so I don't think I will do that to you guys, because like you probably hear it from every single like foreigner trying to speak French. What else do you know?
But this is fine.
Hulu
Basically, you don't have to necessarily be
_PST.
exactly equal. And then
Homuhu. Solaris 428. Francais Jiaozhu.
I don't know if I know my pronunciation is horrible. But I still think my pronunciation is better than the text to speech, because I have no idea what the text to speech said now. What?
Solaris 428. You don't know the meme Nihongo Jiaozhu?
No. Do I like have to read? No, fuck. I need to do my need code. I need to understand this first.
you realize that this example here pretty much helps you solve the problem. It's the third example that they gave us, actually, so I think they did us a favor. I think sometimes that's expected for a medium problem. They gave us an example that pretty much lets you solve the problem, because you see that the reason we were able to make these two rows equivalent, even though they're not equal, we don't have a 1, 1, 0 and a 1, 1, 0, but the two rows are inverted. So we have a 0, 0, 1 and then a 1, 1, 0. Yes, we can't make both of these rows exactly the same by flipping columns, but we can make each row have the same values. So we can flip this column and make it 0, and then this one will be a 1. That's the pattern. So just looking at two rows at a time, we know immediately if these two rows can be made equal, either they're already like one of them is the inverse of the other row. So once you realize that, you realize that you can pretty much just take each row, convert it into some kind of key. With that key mapping, we can count the occurrences of that type of row. The only thing is, we want both of these rows to have the exact same key. First of all, how exactly are we going to make a key for a given row? My initial thought was maybe if the constraints allow it, we can represent each row with a 32-bit integer. That'd be kind of nice. Just use a little bit of bit manipulation to do that. But the constraints don't allow that. I think the row could be greater than or equal to 100, something like that. So we can't use an integer. And so then my thought was to, in Python at least, I could just use a tuple, because we can then convert this list into a tuple. And in Python, you can use a tuple as a key in a hash map. And then I was kind of scratching my head because I feel like some languages might not make this as easy as Python does. So I was wondering how other languages were supposed to do it. And so I wasn't able to realize that we could just convert each of the rows into a string if we wanted to. So if you weren't able to figure out like a trick to this problem, that's okay, because I, for a moment today, forgot that strings even existed. So I guess we all kind of have those mental lapses once in a while. Okay, so I think the last thing, though, is, okay, like I could turn this into a tuple or a string, whatever. I could get a key. I could take this row and convert it into a key for a hash map. But how do I make these
Solaris
two equivalent? Well, the first idea I had was if I take this row, for example, I flip it and I check this row as well, and I check if this or maybe this has already been inserted into the hash map. I would just use whichever one is already inserted. If neither of them are inserted, then I could just use either of them. It doesn't matter. But there actually is a better way. We know that for every single row, one of the representations of that row is going to start with a 1, and one of them is going to start with a 0. It has to, because the other row is literally the inverted version of the other one. So you could kind of just go by that. For example, we could favor rows that start with a 0. So just to summarize everything, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to look at this first row. I'm going to convert it into a tuple or a string or whatever, and I'm going to see, okay, the first value starts with a 0. So that's fine. I'm going to use this as the key. In my hash map down here, I'm going to have 0, 0, 0, and I'm going to have the count of it be 1. I'm going to get the second row. It's 0, 0, 1. It also starts with a 0. That's good. This key has not already been inserted into the hash map. Now I do 0, 0, 1. The count of it is going to be 1. Now I have my third row. It starts with a 1, so I'm going to flip it. It's going to turn into 0, 0, 1. That key already exists in the hash map, so now I'm going to increment it and set it equal to a 2. Now we're done with the counting. So now you tell me, what should we return? The question is asking the maximum number of rows that can be made equal. So we'll return the maximum of all of these values. It happens to be 2 right now, so that's what we return. This algorithm will work on much larger matrices as well. It's all about the trick, I guess, in this problem. It's not something that will just magically come to you by staring at a matrix. You have to try examples, you have to try to make observations, and you have to ask the question. I think if I had just asked you the question, how do you know if two rows can be made the same? That's a pretty good hint. I think using that kind of hint, a lot of people would be able to make the observation. If two rows are already equal, obviously that's one case. Is there any other case? Well, if the two rows are inverted. And that's pretty much what the third example in this problem tells you. This is like the comments, and this is the first solution that I had. It may or may not be helpful for you, but let's just start over. So we know we're going to have a hash map. I'm going to call it count, and I'm not just going to use a regular hash map in Python. I'm going to use something called a default dictionary where the default value is int, because then we'll have like a key out of bounds error. So we could always do something like this. Even if the key doesn't exist, we can increment it. It'll get a default value of 0 because we passed int here. If this is unfamiliar for you, you can consider checking out my Python for Coding Interviews course. It has a bunch of...
That was what you were saying about defaulting the dict Solaris.
For every row in the matrix. And I'm going to convert the row into a tuple. And I'm just going to pass that row into the tuple function, and I'm going to call it the row key. And so what I want to do then is say this, the count.
Yeah,
going to be
add it.
By 1, and then after I'm done with everything down here, I'm just going to take all the values in my hash map and get the maximum, and then return that. The only problem is that inverted rows can also be made the same. So I think most people would be able to code something like this up even if you weren't able to make the observation I did. We at the very least know that two rows with the same representation can be made equal. But the last thing here is just to add an if statement. So we're going to say if the row, the first value in that row is 1, we're going to flip the row. So in Python, it's pretty easy to do that with something called list comprehension. So I'm going to say for every value in the row, for n in row, if it's 1, then I'm going to set it to be 0. So if n is 1, you could make it more explicit like this, but Python doesn't require that. Otherwise, if it's 0, I'm going to turn it into a 1. So now I have a list, but we can't use a list as the key of a hash map, so I'm going to turn this into a tuple. I don't believe Python has tuple comprehension, otherwise I would have just done that, but you do have to kind of make a list and then convert it back into a tuple. And so then I'll reassign this to be the row key, and then this will work. Let me just quickly prove it to you. So you can see here that this works. It's pretty efficient. I could have also used the string representation of every row, but
Okay, that was actually really clean. But just the intuition I wouldn't be able to understand. What would you say? We can use an integer in Python because it allows for big int. Yeah, I don't know the Nihongo Josu. I just know Nihongo is Japan in Japanese, isn't it? So what I called it...
Solaris 428. Check my solution too.
But I need to solve it quickly.
Solaris 428. Nihongo is Japanese in Japanese.
Japanese in Japanese, okay. Then what the fuck have you done?
Solaris 428. Yes, solve it first.
Yeah. There's a dictionary. And now it's a default dict with integer. Fuck, what was I supposed to do? For row in matrix, row key equals tuple of row. So then it was if, fuck, what was the if some? I use I look at the solution while I'm doing it just because I don't have a lot of time and I want to do it like within the time limit. Yeah, it was row. Row key equals tuple of, there was a list comprehension. In this case, I would this would be 0 if n else 1 for is it n in row or does, yeah, it matters. And then do a count, then do freak, oops, of row key plus equals 1 and just return max of freak dot values. I don't think I would ever be able to do it on my own because I wouldn't see the intuition that well. But now I can look at your submission. You did something. Okay, what did you do? You used XOR, right? Isn't this... What's this sign again?
Solaris 428. I converted every row into the number it encodes, in base 2.
In base 2. Oh yeah, we just binary converted to the integer,
Solaris
and then
428. Then B is the number that is written 111, in base 2.
yeah. So we're gonna do 100 and
Solaris 428. If you XOR with B, it means you flip everything.
yeah. Okay, so it's essentially the same way of thinking. Just that, like, because Leetcode was worried about the length, but you knew that the integer would be within the realm of possibilities by just converting to the from binary to the base 10 version. For instance, if you had 111, it would be 7, and use that.
Solaris 428. Yeah, because Python has no limit.
Yeah, so Leetcode was probably just worried about it being too large. He's something about bit 32. He didn't want to exceed the size.
Solaris 428. In other languages it might
Okay,
have been an issue.
cool. Like, this is... Like I said, I don't think I would be able to have done it without any... Like, without looking at solutions, like, on my own. But I think it's more about inexperience than not being, like, capable of doing these calculations on my own. I would assume. Yeah, I was doing this one. Yeah, no, wait a second. What was the joke again?
Solaris 428.
No, don't. I don't want to do that one. Solaris, please. So just let me just figure out what Nihongo Jutsu meme is.
Solaris 428. LUL.
Just let me figure out what the fuck this meant.
Hvorfor gå ut og fryse når du kan ligge på sofaen og få det levert? Nå det Black Week. Ta det på komplett.
Det finns en pille som kan fixa allt. Men Freddy är borta så det tørker hele jævla.
Yeah, all this is Norwegian, so you could... That's how Norwegian sounds.
家のメンバーで初めてのコラボ相手らしいですけど、right? そうだよ
Lulu
ね。
underscore PST.
そうだよ、そうなんですよ。
Leetcode is not waiting kappa kappa. Restream.io. Trophy congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
Yay. Leetcode will wait after I figure out this meme. Lulu, I need to know what Nihongo Jutsu means. I can't let Solaris think I don't know that shit. He will think I'm a loser with no friends. I need to know this. I'm sorry.
I'm the first.
Leetcode has to wait.
Collabing with. We've been around for 2 years. Damn. So 家のメンバーでなんか他にコラボしたいメンバーがいるかどうか聞きたい。でも anyone else you wanna collab with from EN members? どうぞどうぞ。EN メンバーでもねみんなとお話ししてみたいって思ってるんだけど、でもね
特に稲ちゃんとかと喋りしてみたいなって思ってるんだよね。
稲ちゃんはね日本語できるから喋りやすいよ。
そう、稲ちゃん日本語お上手だから、
うんうん
ちょっとお話ししてみたのもある。
日本語上手ってねちょっとね海外のミームで日本人がさ例えば外国人に会ってその外国人が「こんにちは」って言っただけで日本人は日本語上手だねって言うから
Okay.
もうおステージで
違う。でもひやなちゃんも本当に上手だなって思ったし、今日喋って
ありがとう。
そうだから稲ちゃんもね、ひやなちゃんもみんななんか日本語上手だからさ、なんかすごい感動しちゃったの。
ありがとう。
さっき
でもこれがね日本語上手ってもうミームになってて
いや本当だよ、本当。
日本人があなた日本語上手って言ったら日本語下手くそっていう意味だよ逆に。
Okay, to be fair, I do the same. Like with Norwegian and Chinese. Like if someone just says hello in the most broken pronunciation ever, I was like, oh dude, you're great. You're awesome. Just be polite. So thank you, Solaris, for my French abilities. And yeah, dude, you have to stop with the H1. Like, please give me a week or something. Just give me some time to be. I'm still struggling with the basic ones. You don't understand. And I didn't quite understand like the format of like I simply just didn't understand what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Like I saw this and was like terrified. I don't know what this is. Like what?
Solaris 428. The joke is that Japanese people are being overly polite and always will tell you Nihongo Jiaozhu if you speak a single word of Japanese.
Yeah. But totally. Like it's the same thing with me and Korean. Like my friends, it's like it's a good mix now because Lulu wants to go to work in Korea and is learning Korean right now. And I was talking about like with my friends who are Korean. I was visiting them in Seoul, and I learned the alphabet just like because it wasn't that hard. It was really easy. I didn't know shit, but I could read. So every time I read something, they were like, "Oh, your Korean is so good! Oh my god!" I'm just really happy. And I'm like, yeah, this is like equivalent of knowing how to sound words in English.
Lulu_PSD. You remember Pride Pog?
Yeah, I have a good memory. You wanted to work for Naver, if I believe, which is like the search engine in... it's basically Google in Korea. So I had to download the Naver map to like figure out where the fuck I was in Korea because Google Maps was bad. But yeah,
Lulu_PSD. Yeah, why not Naver?
Oh, I realized like, oh. Yeah, it's inverted the color of these. I was like, what the fuck are these countries? Is that fucking Yugoslavia with is that Russia with a black? And what's this country? Is it like a fucked up UK? Yeah, what language is like? Is it like Russian? Oh my god! What the fuck? It was Russian. Yeah, it's probably because it's inverted. I see brute force. Can I brute force this Solaris, please? Yeah, but yeah, so please Solaris, just give me some time. Just let me do some simple, easy baby algorithms so I can get prepared for the big boys algorithms.
Solaris 428. Well, the tags are a bit random sometimes. BTW, I sent a Discord message.
But okay. Yeah, because I remember you say you wanted to do like just import all of them so you don't waste time on that. But so it takes the input, which it's a number, and then you okay. But like I said, Solaris, please, por favor.
Solaris 428. V1, V2, V3 equals n, get 3 integers. Asterisk ARR equals n, get an array of integers. Line equals input, get a string.
Okay. Result, pardon, I don't know, okay, I was gonna do, I realized I was just talking Spanish now, but por favor, give me some time.
Solaris 428. Domo ayaya.
Dude, you, I don't know Japanese. I feel like an old dude trying to figure out what anime is. Just like, what is this?
Solaris 428. Ayaya is an emote, but it seems you don't have BTTV enabled.
I don't know how to enable shit. Like if you want me to start enabling shit, I will. I just don't know how to do that.
Solaris 428. Or 7TV. Lulu_PSD. https://knowyourmem.com/memes/ayaya.
Thank you, Lulu.
Lulu_PSD. It's a website for you, haha.
Yeah. To be fair, I thought I was a meme lord until like I watched some streamers and I was like, what the fuck are these emotes? I don't understand shit anymore. But yeah, how do I enable those? Oh. No. Attribute. Okay, I'm not that.
Solaris 428. I think you have to download 7TV.
Okay, I think this was too. I'm an old fuck. I'm old. I don't stand shit like this.
To see them, but on the chat they appear for us.
Ah. Okay, so you guys see it. It's just me being fucking old, not knowing how shit works.
Lulu_PSD. I don't have ayaya.
I feel like I destroy a lot of the emotes for you guys because I need to figure out what it means. Or like the memes.
Solaris 428. Well, it seems I'm the only one with 7TV, so I'm the only one who can see ayaya.
Yeah, but I feel like I destroyed the memes for you guys because I'm clueless.
Lulu_PSD. Keep the website somewhere LUL.
But I want it also to be somewhat naturally. Like, I actually know it, like... So, yeah, I will keep them in mind. It's just like sometimes I wouldn't figure out. But yeah, come back to where is my mind now? What was I? For R in range of len of s. For R in range. Yeah, it was frequency of